NC, National Commissioner, how are you?
I'm okay, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
I wanted to check Miss Stradom. I'm not used to her dressing like that. Has she left us already?
Yeah, it's a matter I was dealing with, Chair. I still don't understand why she's doing this to us.
She has left. Yeah, I'm saying to Sien Matabata that by how she's dressed, she has left us. Ms. Carroll, we are about to collapse the National Commissioner. I now understand why he looks frustrated early in the morning. I thought perhaps he decided to go run. Yeah, no, these early retirements are going to be the end of DCS or retirement. Good morning, members. Good morning, Minister, DM, and the National Commissioner, and the department, and the teams or officials that are supporting both the Minister's office, DM's office, and the National Commissioner, including the team that supports the Portfolio Committee. We can then start with our meeting. DM, we're waiting for you. We couldn't start. We were told you are just 2 minutes. So the 2 minutes is yours. Fakude had to go outside to check whether it's 2 minutes indeed. And you walked in. So you have replaced the National Commissioner in arriving minutes late. We can then start with our meeting. Members, you have the draft agenda before yourselves. Mr. Benwith, we remember you. I'm thinking here whether do you want us to reintroduce one another or not? As we were with you guys the last day in October on the 28th, we know, but let's do that courtesy of doing formal introductions to the meeting. Nxumalo, I thought you have joined us on Ramadan, but I see you are eating, which is problematic. I thought you are in solidarity, but I guess not. Members, we have Honorable Engel, we have Mrs. Nqaps, we have Mamnolu, she's Mamnolu Chungu. I prefer to say Mamnolu. And then we have Honorable Niehaus, we have Honorable Moela, we have Honorable Shangase, we have Babkasa. We have Honorable Hendricks just walking in. Then we are supported by the team. We have Abel at the back. Then we have Sandy So, who is assisting the committee today as a committee assistant. Welcome, Sandy So. Then we have Mrs. Sowazi, ngakchatisi specifically, Ms. Sowazi. Then we have Honorable Klute, who just walked in. Then we have Mr. Matabata on my left, and we have Mr. Mtonjeni on my right. This is the team of the Portfolio Committee and the team that equally supports us. And myself, Khomotso and Thea Ramulubeng. Minister, I'll hand over to you to introduce your team and the officials.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good morning, and good morning to everyone. From the Ministry side, the Deputy Minister, Ntsali, and she will introduce her team. The Commissioner will introduce his team. From my specific office is my Chief of Staff, Mr. Kilian. my PA and media liaison, Mrs. Yunai Wessels, and the parliamentary liaison officer is Vuyo Tlaku. That's from my side. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, NC, members of the Portfolio Committee and entire leadership here. I am Lindy Wenchali, the Deputy Minister of Correctional Services. I'm with Chulani Fagute from the Office of the DM. Thank you.
Thank you. NC?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister. The delegation from the department is consisting of Ms. Carol Stradom, who, as we, when we started, we were dealing with a little bit of a difficult matter. She's going to be leaving the department end of the month. And then we have Mr. Numalo, who's the Director Communications. Mr. Mdluli, who is the Acting Director EST. Mr. Nkosi is the Acting Deputy Commissioner in the Office of the National Commissioner. Dr. Musoma is currently in New York attending a United Nations conference on the status of women from the 9th to the 20th of March, representing the department. And then we have Mr. Mutaung from Internal Control. Mr. Mutaung is also going to be leaving us, if I'm not mistaken, due to early retirement at the end of the month. He's a Deputy Commissioner. And then we have Mr. Katenga, who's not leaving us anytime soon.
I was about to ask, is Katenga also leaving?
Then we have the CDC responsible for IT in the department. He's also not leaving us very soon. He doesn't have many years in the department anyway. And then we have the acting DC who's dealing with IT infrastructure in the department. Yeah, Mr. Lepuma. Mr. Lepuma is also a pastor, Honorable Chairperson. That's why I was forgetting the surname. I was thinking about the title of being a pastor. That's the delegation from the department. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
We call him Bengwith, National Commissioner. That's the name we gave him the last time he appeared before the Portfolio Committee in October 28th, because he took us through the Bengwith. And then we referred to him as Bengwith. So thank you so much for the introductions. Members, you have the draft agenda before you. Matters that are for the department, which is led by the Minister, the DM, and the NC, would be on item 3 of the agenda. And then item 4 and item 5 would be matters that are for us as the Portfolio Committee in dealing with our reports on the oversight that we did in Limpopo in January, and equally our committee minutes. We are late with our minutes, and which is unlike us as the committee. So we have a backlog of minutes that we need to process. Hence, I'm saying item 4 and 5 is just for us, and then item 3, it's with the department only. Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I propose adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Engel.
I second.
Thank you so much. The agenda is fully and duly adopted by the committee, and this will form as a guide for us to proceed with today's meeting. As indicated, once we have dealt with item 3, we will then request the department, which is led by the Minister, the DM, and the National Commissioner, to excuse us so that then we can proceed to item 4 and 5 as the Portfolio Committee in dealing with our matters. Mr. Mtonjeni, item 2, which would be apologies.
Morning, Chair. Morning to the meeting. We've got
Quite a few, Chair. Just two apologies, Chair. Honorable Taibosh has another meeting, another committee meeting, and Honorable Noluchung has indicated that she has to leave early to attend another committee meeting, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Niehaus?
Chair, yes, my apologies. Unfortunately, I will have to go for a doctor's appointment at 12 o'clock, but it's close by, so I'll leave here at about 11:30. My apologies for that.
Noted. The apologies will be taken as noted. We'll then move to item 3 of the agenda, which would be a briefing by the department on the progress made in relation to the ICT infrastructure rollout, including progress in finalizing audit findings that were indicated by the Auditor General on information technology environment, an update on the Integrated Inmate Management System, which would be referred as IMS, including the rollout of telephones across all correctional facilities. I think when we did the oversight in Limpopo, there's one facility that had phones that were operational. Not Kutama, let's take out Kutama, because of Kutama in Mangaung, there are triple P's facilities which both their telephones have been operational. But there is a facility, I'm not sure whether it's Zanin, I think it's is Zanin, that we find that phones were operational. Unlike all facilities that we've been to that we found phones were not operational. So hence we've included this as well. When you do take us through the reports, this is an update meeting because we did have our first meeting on these matters, which was last year in October. So you should be able to take us through from October's presentation and what members would have engaged or gauged the reports on, including the recommendations that we've put before you as a department. How far are you, including commitments that equally yourself have made to the portfolio committee in implementing some of the findings, including some of the work that you were busy with. Do update us on that as well. So I'll hand over to the Minister for us to then get the report or the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, I will be quite brief and short. I always say that in today's modern technology, there's nothing more frustrating that if you send an email and it doesn't go through. My experience is that if you talk to all departments, there's quite a frustration when it comes to SITA and the rollout and everything like that. There is some good news. You have seen the presentation. And I think for me, what is also most important, everything is important, but most important is the IMS matter. We were in an arbitration matter, so I want to say that there is light in the tunnel. So, and we're sure it's not a train coming in, but let's go through the presentation. And that's all I want to say at this stage. Through you, I know your procedure, the DM, and then the National Commissioner. Thank you.
DM?
No, thank you very much. Now the Minister knows the procedures, Chair. No, thank you. Good morning once more. Chair, it's a follow-up progress report, and they will be taking through, like the Minister has said, in terms of us sharing how far we have gone in terms of the issues raised by AG, your IMS, the delays and the litigation thereof. But yeah, we've all received the report, we've gone through the plan of action in terms of dealing with those findings. It's there, it shows where we've done well, where we're not doing well, we're not hiding it, we're showing it up, and what is the plan thereof. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DM. National Commissioner Samuel.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister. The GTO will make the presentation through you, Honorable Chairperson.
Ntate Maponya. Re tla o bitsa Jito ra lebala le surname. Ke a bona o maketse ke re Maponya.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Minister, the DM, the National Commissioner, and members of the Portfolio Committee. I will take you through the updates on the progress that we've made since we appeared here in October last year. Chair. Okay, I've got a 1 second. Okay. Yes, so our presentation will then deal with the purpose, the progress on the bandwidth upgrade, the IT modernization projects, the progress made with regards to the audit findings, as well as the progress made with regards to the IMS projects. And of course, I've already alluded, the purpose is to just to appraise the portfolio committee on the progress on those subjects, ICT rollout of infrastructure, audit findings, and also the IMS project. Chair, if I move to slide number 2, when we appeared in October, Chair, you'd remember we showed the map of South Africa similar to this, but the map was predominantly red. Our blocks were predominantly red, so we just want to give the committee an update that since we appeared, we have then managed to upgrade around about 101 sites were upgraded with bandwidth since October. And we are monitoring this project very closely so that we can then be able to have green all over. But just to give context, Gauteng, we managed to upgrade 19 of the 24 sites. Western Cape, we did 22 of 51. KZN, we did 22 of 51. LMN, we did 14 of 45. Free State, Northern Cape, we did 14 of 50. And Eastern Cape, we did 10 of 47. And Chair, if you look at the map, there's also some blocks there that are actually blue. So that blue represents that there's an interim solution to upgrade the bandwidth while the trenching of the fiber is in progress. So there's microwave that is installed there, although that is mainly dependent on the weather, but at least we are able to transact at that required speed. Chair, I will then move to the next slide that deals with the modernization projects. Chair, we have the first project that we wanted to deal with, and we started last year in April, was the telephone systems for offenders. And Chair, we admit in this one, our plans were that by this time this year, we would be at least in the process of rolling out these telephones for offenders. The challenge here, Chair, is that Telkom is unwilling to provide maintenance on the existing telephones, and hence we are in a process of getting a service provider advertising a bit so that we can get this telephone for inmates to be rolled out. And SEM will then advertise this bid in mid-March, so we're looking around about next week, hopefully. Chair, and then I'll move to the e-recruitment. And in the plan that we submitted in October last year, we identified a number of initiatives, and I indicated that some of those initiatives, we will then move the implementations of them based on the situations that prevail in the department at any given point in time. Chair, I just want to also highlight that because of this early retirement, and we see that we have decided to prioritize e-recruitment so that the we can at least be able to replenish staff at a much faster rate. Chair, we made a commitment that last year that we will then get this solution into the department by December last year. However, we did not meet that deadline because of some other internal challenges, but I can confirm that the procurement of this system has been completed. The implementation is currently in progress. We're just implementing it in production. So by next week or so, this solution will then be in production. And then I will then move to electronic monitoring. This is to monitor the parolees and also remand detainees that probably work in the or inmates that work in the farms. Chair, we have done a lot of work on this. Chair will remember that we initially contracted CSIR to do this work, but based on the progress, we then we took a decision to go to market to try and find this solution. So the bid specification documents are all completed. We will then be advertising this by April 2026. Chairperson, and then I'll move to the audiovisual solution. This is now phase 2. I can report that we have installed, in phase 2, we have done 9 installations of AVR solutions across three sites. But just to give context, phase 1, we installed 48 units in 26 sites, but it's not in the presentation. So we are rolling this out in a phased approach based on the budget that we have. Then we then decides what can we do with what we have. But we are prioritizing this project because it has got a direct impact in our finances. Chair, I will then move to the audit findings. In total, we had 27 findings, and 19 of them were repeat findings. We have implemented 16, and in that 16, 4 of them were related to IMPS. Chair, I will then move to the findings. Maybe perhaps, Chair, if you allow, I can just skip the greens because those were implemented, which means we have implemented the recommendations of the Auditor General. Then I will quickly just jump to slide number 6 and update the committee on the ones that are in orange there, Chair, and red. There are 2 findings there that relates to the unsupported version of the Oracle databases. Here, Chair, we were using an old version of the Oracle software, and it could not handle newer patches. And for us to resolve this, we needed to procure software licenses. And Chair, in October, we made a commitment that we will procure these things by December, looking at the framework agreement that SITA has, and but however, we had internal challenges in the department, and this we were unable to complete it by 31st of December. But I can confirm, Chair, that these licenses were then procured. We are currently installing that. So as soon as we are done with the installation, we'll then be in a position to close these 2 findings. Chair, I will then move to the finding that has got these 3 red findings that has got to deal with the fundamentally these findings relates to the continuous use of the legacy system that is built on Magic. So the older version of Magic doesn't allow us to monitor system administrator activities. It also doesn't have change logs, and this cuts across the system, and hence it is very difficult to resolve these findings with the current version of the software. This then requires us to make to procure the software licenses and then be able to then do a little bit of development work to ensure that these findings are addressed, and hence these are still red at this stage, Chair. I will then move to the next slide. The next slide that deals with, that is in amber. the findings that are in amber relates to the firewall configurations and weaknesses identified on firewall management. And Chair, here, to resolve these findings, we need to then upgrade the licenses of the firewall. While the firewall still work, we do not want to make any configuration changes on it with an unsupported version, and hence these findings still remain. So the procurement is at SITA. We're pushing very hard to ensure that this thing is done. Chair, I just want to highlight as well that even here we made a commitment that this procurement would be done by December. However, the licenses that were then procured by SITA were incorrect ones, and hence they had to be, the process had to be restarted again, Chair. But we are pushing very hard to ensure that these licenses are in the department so that we can then be in a position to close these findings. The next findings and the other ones on the next slides, they all relate to IMS. And unfortunately, while the IMS project is on hold, we will not be in a position to make movements on that. Chair, I will then move to slide number 9 that deals with the actual IMS project. Chair, so just as a background, the department entered into a 3-year contract with Integrated Solutions, which is IIS, in November 2015, and that contract was later extended by additional 12 months. Now, both the original contract and its extension expired without the project being completed. Now, following that, there was claims and counterclaims by both IIS and the department, which could not be resolved through mediation, and then the matter was referred to arbitration. And of course, the department then sought legal advice, and senior counsel advised that the original contract and its extension were unlawful, as the required procurement processes, including SITA Act, were not followed. It must be noted that this project was initiated and SITA was not involved in that, and hence it was then deemed to be unlawful. But council also advised that the only way to complete this project was to enter into a new agreement to enable the department to comply with SITA and all applicable legislation. Now, this new agreement will have a dependency on SITA, and I will speak to this in the next slide. And then we then, Chair, in 6 August 2025, had a pre-arbitration meeting with IIS, which is now called Expert Africa, before the advocate Ferreira. Chair, I think just to summarize, but we agreed that let the two parties negotiate a settlement, and then he will assist, the arbitrator will then assist us in drawing up a contract if required. And of course, because we also want the solution in the department, on 12 September 2025, the technical teams, which the team that I lead, and also technical team from Expert Africa met, and we did a lot of work on the current implementation of IMS and to try and see if the solution can actually be technically be salvaged. It's one thing to deal with the legal aspect of things, but technically, if it is not sound, it might be a problem. And then of course we did a pilot of the system to be centralized, because currently the system is installed in each and every correctional center, and what we wanted to do was to ramp up the rollout and see if this system can actually work in a centralized environment. Chair, I will then move to the next slide, and following that, Chair, on 3 December, the Minister of Correctional Services then wrote to the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies requesting exemption from the CETA processes. You'd recall that I mentioned that the original contract was deemed unlawful because we did not engage CETA. So this is us trying to resolve that. Now, on 17 December, the Minister of Communication responded, advising the Minister to explore Regulation 17.8.1 that enables, that came into effect on 1 June 2025, which allows the department to give a written notice in case the department is of the opinion that it will be able to procure services faster or at a lower cost than CETA. So we then followed that route, Chair. We then did the approach here is to do a single source procurement because the solution was built specifically for the department by IIS. And if we were to take a different service provider, it will then mean the work that was done by IIS would then had to be duplicated again. So we did a functional approval, a tasking letter, and a business case. All these are required in order for you to take advantage of this new regulation. So, Chair, I can confirm that we have already now sent a tasking letter to CETA, and we are awaiting the response from CETA so that we can then get to see how we then move forward, Chair. I think that is the end of the presentation, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. NC?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Just two issues for me. The first one is that in as much as Mr. Maponya mentions that the solution was designed, on the issue of IMS, the solution was designed for the department. The other factor that we considered is the fact that we spent more than 200 million on a system that only one model was put to test and works. All other models on IMS were developed, they were tested, but they were never commissioned. So the service provider has got these solutions that through just a code, we can implement them. It's been more than 10 years of IMS being procured but not commissioned. That's the other factor, because now, if we go back to the market, we're going to have to take into consideration developments in IT over a period of 10 years. And that obviously will affect the costs. The test that Mr. Maponya refers to takes into consideration developments in the IT sector over the period of 10 years, meaning that out of the solution that we are now trying to finalize, all other factors, including the cost and developments in IT, would have been taken into consideration. And what we are going to be spending on is the remainder of the contract amount, not the full amount of a new system altogether. So the service provider will have to take over from where it left and give us a product that we can deploy in this era. And then Mr. Maponya also referred to internal problems in the department. That's why we could not do this and that. I will give an example of the e-recruitment system. The internal problem was that we had to make a decision as to whether we want to pay 9 million in the 2025-26 financial year and increase our overspending, or commission the system now, commit it, and then pay out of the new budget and don't increase the amount of over expenditure. So apart from the fact that we have issues with CETA being slow when it comes to procurement, some of the solutions we cannot deploy within a particular financial year because of cost containment measures that we have put in place. And he was just not free to say that I basically disapproved that we should have those types of systems coming into place and the utilization of the budget being realized in this financial year because of the fact that we are trying to make sure that we address overspending. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, NC. TM?
I'm okay, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think everything has been put forward. I just want to focus on the ADRs. It's one of the matters, 9 out of 35, but by the end of June. And you would note the dates, the implementation dates. And from my side, I want to say that the whole IT and all matters with that is, for me, a priority, because I can't see in the time we live in that we have problems with technical issues in terms of modern technology. So be assured from my side, we are pushing hard, and you have seen some progress, specifically when it comes to the INS project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Members, questions, clarities? Honorable Hendricks, Honorable Engelbrecht, Mrs. Naps, Honorable Moela, Honorable Niehaus. Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, DM, NC.
Before you speak, Mr. Fakude, kindly switch off the mic. Yeah, I see. Okay, then you must make sure that you don't whisper to each other, because of we're going to hear your whispering. Honorable Hendricks.
Thanks again, Chair. Honorable MPs, members of Parliament, and everybody, support staff, everybody present. Mine, Chair, is from the first slide. And first of all, let me say thanks to the gentleman who made the presentation. It's welcome. Mine, Chair, is I see the craft of the bandwidth. It shouldn't have, I think, in my opinion, it is not to up bandwidth, is not rocket science. I would have expected Gauteng with its demographics to be 100%, but nonetheless, it's 19 out of 24. And if the way I understand bandwidth, then it is not something you need to go and put on. Okay, moving from that slide. My question is, and this is to TCS directly, on the second, that's the second slide, ICT moderation projects, inmate communication system. Do TCS believes that if these systems were working, and it's been long now that these systems have not been working, Chair, do they believe if these systems, if the systems were in place and working, would we have the problem of cell phones in prisons? Electronic monitoring on the same slide. It's also not one thing that I think, because I don't see a date to it, Minister. I don't think it's something that should take us another 1 or 2 years. So with that said, we're also happy to see it on the slide. Then I move to audit. I think it's your audit findings where the dots were yellow. 2008, Chair, there was a program in Gauteng. They call it Gauteng Online. I think it was rolled out in primary schools where they used Oracle. Already then, some of us that was in the space knew that this thing is not going to work. And now if I go down with the slides and I see CETA involved, we are clear if you understand the CETA processes and with these systems and these softwares. You can see here on top already, here on the bottom, there will be a problem. And I think for so long we should have seen this problem, we should have seen it coming. And as the NC has said, now it was a story of now we're going to pay money for our own mistake that we did not fix on top, and we had years and years, Minister, to fix this problem. But yet again, I just wanted to point it out. We should not start things knowingly, because Oracle did not work on Gauteng online already, and we were sent in 2014 to go and look at that system. We had to come out, I think it was the district education department that sent me to go and do an oversight and look at the system. My report was clear, this thing is not going to work, it's not going to help our black child. That system does not even have updates. So going forward, if you, like the gentleman said, if you go out and do this planning, can't we notice these smaller things? Then I would not go down, Chair. I wanted to go down with many other questions, technical questions, but how do I then ask these questions when I know if I already see here, Minister, there's something wrong? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Hendricks. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the department. I'm very happy to see that there is progress being made in this very problematic issue that's been with us for many, many years now. I just want to know, or an updated figure in terms of the total legal bill for this dispute, up to date, because I have the previous one, but obviously as time progresses with this seemingly never-ending story, money adds up. So the department relies in the interim on a Department of Home Affairs platform from 2018-2019. But the Auditor General warns that a lack of a unique IMS identifier cripples inmate identity verification. Given that IMS is stalled, what's your plan B to ensure proper biometric tracking and integration with the criminal justice system? So it's clear that DCS has to continue with IMS or implementing it after the court case or arbitration. But given the time that has passed, this system is now old technology. And the newest technology might be, and probably is, much cheaper and more effective to do exactly the same thing. And I think had there not been a problem with IMS, the system would have probably had to be updated or replaced by now. 10 years is a very long time in technology. Had the department done a cost-benefit analysis in terms of implementing a brand new system from scratch versus implementing a decade-old system? And I know if IMS will be cancelled, there will be repercussions in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure and all of that. But are we going to be scared to have a negative line item on an AG report, still implement an old technology system, while we know the new stuff would be cheaper and probably much better? So just want to know, because sometimes you take a hit, have an adverse report from the AG, but for the betterment of the department in the long run. Then the AG in the 24-25 report reveals critical IT control weakness, no offsite backups for core systems, and incomplete antivirus deployment. Now, can the department explain to me how, up to this day, a national department can operate without proper data backups? And we know there's bad people out there with cybercrime, and they can mess us up completely, and what will happen then? Regarding the original tender irregularities, the department states that the officials responsible are no longer in the department. Were any of these officials subjected to formal disciplinary hearings? Were criminal cases opened? Or were they simply allowed to leave? It is noted that IT projects are delayed and budget cuts are a challenge. How will the current modernization projects address the specific control weaknesses flagged by the Auditor General, such as backup failures given these current fiscal constraints? With overcrowding, that's at 55%, I think the latest one was, and an aging, unreliable security infrastructure, how do the current modernization and bandwidth plans directly address safety of officials and the rising number of escapes, unnatural deaths, and all of these things that currently take place as a result of infrastructure problems? Thank you, all from my side.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ms. Laps.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just start by referring to the previous presentation we received on 28 October 2025. In those slides, slide 11 is an implementation schedule. It is very clear and straightforward. It sets out what you're aiming to do. I am disappointed that that is not replicated in the current slides, because it would have made it easier to see which of those timelines have you met, which ones are on track, which ones are delayed. It was a very clean setup, and I would appreciate it if future presentations can use that same clarity so that we can track you and hold you accountable to the schedules that you set out for yourselves. I am also concerned about the bandwidth rollout, and I think Honorable Hendricks said a mouthful on that. All I want to know is, when do you expect to reach 100%? I would also like to know the nature of the delay. Is this something similar to what the NC was talking about, where you can't afford to fund it this year? Or are these more technical challenges? Can we just get an explanation of what's happening there? And then on the inmate communication system, again, enough has been said about why we are where we are. What I would like to know is when we expect that whole process to be concluded and in place, active in the centers. The audio visual, similar question. The minister said end of June, and then he trailed off. I wasn't sure if that was, you're going to be done with the audio visual end of June, or what the story is, but I'd like to know the timeline for that. And then on the repeat findings, right, there's a number of systems that you don't have access to. I'm just trying to see CCS, BDS, etc., etc. And on status, they all say that they'll be decommissioned as soon as IMS is implemented. So my question is, does that mean you have decided you're not actually activating those, you're just going all in on IMS? Or if that's not the case, or if that is the case, sorry, then what happens if arbitration fails? Are you going to have to revisit those things? Like, what is your thinking around those systems that you currently don't have access to and that you plan to decommission? And then I just want to clarify one of the AG findings. They said it's on slide 10 of your current slides, additional payment made for the same services provided by the main vendor. Is that an anticipation of the risks you face? What does that mean? Did you make additional payments for the same service? If so, what service was that? How much was that? So that's point 2 on slide 10. I would just like to understand what that refers to, please. Yeah, and then again, just my colleague Ianu Engelbrecht, I think, mentioned it, but can we get an update on where arbitration is? Do you have a risk assessment of the likelihood of success? And just, I am repeating what he said, but it's because I'm deeply concerned. What happens if arbitration fails? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Naps. Honorable Moela.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Minister, DM, and NC, and the entire DCS officials and everyone in the meeting. Chair, Kasperi Kuno Chawaore, Kelagalewe, to repeat to what they were saying, but my concerns is actually on the telephones, because the issue of IT and IMEs is so complicated. The issue of telephones that are not working in most of the facilities should be resolved speedily, because it is not much involved in the arbitration process and many other complications that we are getting on this particular matter. Because if we can deal with the issue of telephones, we are dealing with the issue of contraband, because the reason why they are upping and doing all those things is because they want to communicate. And if we can fix that one, we'll deal with many other issues which are related to committing of more crimes with regard to those particular phones that are smuggled. And also the department will be able to monitor the communication that will be coming from those particular processes. I think we've seen that in one center, except for Kutama, which of course does not have a lot of complications of procurement and arbitrations, which we have already mentioned that we cannot relate it to, with regard to what the problem we're having. There was a one center in Limpopo, I think it's in Zanene, where the telephones were working fine and very smooth. And if you can check, the level of contrabands in that particular center was very, very, very low. So it means that if we want to deal with most of our problems, let's have the telephones in those facilities. If the telecom does not want to go to those which are already existing in refurbishing them and all that, can't we have many other service providers who can make sure that there is a communication in between the inmates and the families, rather than just waiting like this particular process of arbitration? Because I think NC is something that can be done, that can solve many, many, many problems that are involved in the facilities if we can get them correct. I think many other processes, I'm happy with the manner at which we are slowly and surely getting our targets correct with regard to these particular processes. And many other issues the members have already touched on them. I think if we can get this one of telephones correctly, we'll be slowly solving most of our problems. That will be my submission, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moela. Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thanks to the department for this extensive presentation that we have received. I'm not sure if I'm as optimistic as some of my colleagues in terms of the assessment of progress that have been registered up to now. And in that context, I'm going to divide my comments and also my questions into issues that I concern as shortfalls and concerns, an overall assessment. I'm mainly going to concentrate on the issues that I think is critical, and those are security concerns and their implications, and then I will follow with a couple of questions. Chair, as far as I can see, the systemic issues persist, such as a 19 repeat audit findings, and evidently the IIMS stagnation continues, with no clear rollout beyond the partial modules in 44 centers. And on this, 43 were reported previously. There continues to be serious funding constraints. There's uneven regional progress, and this links to overcrowding, to unnatural deaths, and unreliable security systems, and indicates for me a continuation of slow transformation despite the commitments that the department express. Evidently, the problems with CETA persists, and I continue to be perplexed, Chair, how our government in general allow the CETA dysfunctionality to continue, because it impacts, as I've said before, on many different departments, including the Department of Correctional Services. So my overall assessment is that the DCS is demonstrating a moderate momentum in making process and progress on foundational ICT areas. But there continue to be very disconcerting shortfalls in governance, in resources, and then, of course, there's this litigation resolution that continues, and there are accountability concerns, and some of my colleagues have raised the concern on whether those in the department who've been responsible and whom we have been told all now have left the department have been held accountable. I'm very concerned about the way in which Integrion Integrated Solutions was in the first place contracted. And Chair, I think it would be very interesting to get a breakdown on who the shareholders of ISS is or was at the time when this contract was given to them, whether there had been any relations with members of the department in that context, and also what the current shareholding of Integrion Integrated Solutions is. When one does a comparative analysis with the October 2025 briefing and this briefing now in March 2026, it is clear that the external verification confirms consistency in challenges and a mixed follow-through. It is also clear that there are persistent security concerns, and these have serious implications. As I've said, Chair, I'm going to concentrate in my input on these security concerns. We all know that the Department of Correctional Services operates in a highly sensitive environment where information technology systems manage critical data that relate to inmate records, community corrections, admissions and releases, bed space determination, and integrated justice system interactions. These ongoing information technology delays and failures to meet targets that I've referred to earlier when I made the overall comments, which was reflected in the October 2025 briefing and persists to a large extent also in this briefing now in March 2026, as far as I'm concerned, present significant security concerns that extend beyond mere operational inefficiencies. And these concerns arise from a combination of legacy system vulnerabilities, incomplete deployments, there's repeat audit findings, as I've said, protracted project timelines, all of which heighten the risk of cyber threats, data breaches, and physical security lapses in correctional facilities. One primary security concern is the lack of a robust backup and disaster recovery mechanism, as highlighted in repeat findings, such as the absence of off-site backups for active directories in the in-house systems, non-transversal systems lacking disaster recovery plan testing, and inadequate backup retention practices. Although some progress, from what I get from the presentation, has been made, such as implementing Commvault backups and conducting disaster recovery tests for the admission and release system, the persistence of these issues that were reported on in the October 2025 presentation means that in the event of system failure or a ransomware attack or a natural disaster, critical inmate data could be lost irretrievably. This not only disrupts service delivery, but it certainly also poses a national security risk. Another critical issue, Chair, is the incomplete deployment of security tools. We received the presentation about issues such as the antivirus software and Microsoft Endpoint Configuration Manager, which are, as we sit here today, despite some of the commitments that were made in the presentation, only partially rolled out. So, Chair, these are major concerns. I've got a number more, but for the sake of not taking too long, let me move now to the questions that I want to ask with regards to the various areas that had been presented to us. As far as the bandwidth upgrade is concerned, how has the 38% completion of the bandwidth upgrade compared to the early upgrades that were reported already in October 2025 measurably improve information and communication technology performances in the upgraded sites? Can you give us an indication how that is improving your experience and your work? And what metrics do you use to track this improvement? It relates to slide 2. Why do regional disparities in the bandwidth upgrade persist? I'm particularly concerned with the Eastern Cape at only 11% completion. And what revised timelines are in place to address the delays related to the State Information Technology Agency in terms of the issues specifically with regards to the bandwidth upgrade? I understand you're talking about going out and getting some private companies and tenders. Give us some more detail about that. We don't want a repeat of the ISS disaster. IT modernization projects. How does the e-recruitment solution status at 95% completion advance the overall 3-year plan with 23 initiatives that were outlined already in October 2025? And again, what metrics will be used to track user adoption after this rollout? For low progress projects, such as the electronic monitoring project, a 10% completion, which is really unacceptable and disappointing. What risk mitigations are in place to prevent repeats of the issues that were raised already in October 2025? And also, such as the termination of the electronic monitoring system contract that resulted in 130 million claim. That is in slide number 3. How has the audiovisual solution of phase 2, which is at 25% completion, built on the completion of phase 1? And what quantifiable reductions in physical court transports for remand detainees have occurred since your previous report in October 2025 because of the AVS, the audiovisual solution? On audit findings, with the number of repeat audit findings remaining unchanged at 19 since October 2025, what overarching governance reforms, such as establishing a dedicated audit team, are planned to prevent future recurrence beyond the individual action plans and commitments that you made in your previous presentation to us in October 2025? Here I refer specifically to slides 4 to slide 8. For audit findings tied to funding shortages, such as the lack of magic licenses, why are the R60 to 65 million rand allocations mentioned in the October 2025 report not sufficient? And what alternative solutions, such as open source software options, have been explored? How are security-related audit findings, such as the issue of insecure firewall configurations, which you referred to today again, and lack of data loss prevention, quantified in terms of risk, such as potential data losses, and also all the ongoing security problems that are related to that? And have there been, what interim measures have been implemented since the emphasis on controls that you already gave us in October 2025? Can you give us an overall figure of the total cost overrun? I'm now dealing with the IIMS project for the Integrated Inmates Management System since October 2025's reported 259 million that was spent, including arbitration expenses and additional vendor payments. And how does this compare to the original 375 million budget? It refers to your slides 9 to 10. I'm going to conclude, Chair, by dealing with 2 more questions. Given the legal advice from 2022 that the original contract for the Integrated Inmates Management System was unlawful, what internal reviews or procurement audits have been conducted on the Department of Correctional Services processes since October 2025 to avoid similar issues in future projects? I hear that your attorneys are indicating that you should try and find a settlement. My concern is we should not allow any settlement to cover up the irregularities that there had been, and that these procurement audits have to be clear and unequivocally dealt with. How will the limited economic benefits from the partially developed IIMS system models be maximized in the interim? and what fallback plans or contingencies exist if the arbitration negotiations fail. This comes back to the previous question that had been asked by one of my colleagues. You did refer to some plans again in your October 2025 presentation. We need to get more detail because it is going to be a very serious problem for you if the arbitration fails and in the instance that there may be a ruling against the department on this issue that we sincerely hope won't be the case. And then lastly, I want to ask, how do the key performance indicators, such as the 74% target achievement in the 2024-2025 financial year, align with the updates that you've now provided in this presentation? And how do they address the cross-cutting concerns like resource inadequacies and legacy systems historically? Why has the October 2025 target for full resolution of all audit findings by December 2025 not been met? It's a matter for concern. And what accountability measures, such as consequence management for responsible officials, are now in place? I still have some other questions, but I will leave them. Hopefully, perhaps later on the basis of the replies that we get from the department, I can come back to those questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Niehaus. Those were the hands, no? Okay. I think members, when they spoke, they also made reference to the meeting we had on the 28th of October last year, from both the report and both equally the recommendations that we would have put to the department, equally the commitments that you would have also yourselves indicated to the portfolio committee. And one of the recommendations that we would have put before the department was on the Oracle license, which you would have indicated, Gito, that you would have committed to the portfolio committee that the procurement process of it would have been concluded by December 2025. And would have made an indication that we require or we request an update on the finalization process at the end of January to give you an allowance of a month. We have not received that. And I want to ask, why haven't we received that update as requested? Coming to the Integriton, integrated systems or solutions. Agree with Honorable Niehaus that in itself the awarding of that contract and so forth, we noted that there were officials responsible in the procuring process of that contract, and that it did not go through SITA as part of compliance or mandatory that it should. And there were also issues that were flagged. The tax certificate had been expired, but still continued with awarding the contract. And based on your responses last time, you would have made an indication that almost the directorate or officials that were responsible in overseeing this contract would have left the department, resigned in actual fact. They are not National Commissioner where there is early retirement request or they are on retirement, but they would have left the department. And this is based on the response that we got. We requested a report on when did they resign, because of part of the discussions or deliberations in that meeting was that has there been any consequence management that has been implemented by those officials? And the response that we got from yourselves is that they would have left the department, so therefore there hasn't been. But we have not gotten that report that we requested. When did they leave the department and who are those officials? And what is it that the department is going to do that it knows that those are the officials that are responsible, even though they've left the department? Because we have a similar matter with the Office of the Chief Justice, where people would have colluded to a contract and immediately after awarding, they would have left the institution, and then they were the ones that were overseeing that contract. We're seeing that also with the issue of Madlanga Commission and ad hoc, of officials overseeing processes and immediately resigned and go become project leaders of the very same contract. So we're still waiting for that report. Why haven't we received it? Because of you are well aware of those who have resigned. I'm raising all of this through my notes and that we did in the meeting. Again, agreeing with Honorable Niehaus and Mrs. Ngap's on the IMPS project. That let's say you lose the case. It's a either way issue. And we would have spoken to it that the arbitration could decide either way, whether in favor or not in favor of the department. And we equally raised an issue to receive a way forward from the department. If you lose, what becomes your process in this matter? We've not received it. On the issue that is raised by Honorable Moela on the telephones in Zanin, yes, the telephone, that facility, the telephones were working, and that's why, in agreeing with Honorable Moela that the facility is contraband. I don't want us to say contraband free, and this is a matter I argued with the National Commissioner, that the facility is not contraband free. It's cell phone free because of their telephones that are working. And the reason I'm saying it's not contraband free is because of dagga. It's also a contraband. And when you enter that facility and you go to blocks, you smell it. And the question we pose to that facility is that, why do you allow the smoking of dagga in that facility? That's why I argue that it's not a contraband-free facility, but it's a cell phone-free facility. And it's because of the telephones are working. And besides telephones working, officials can call, the inmates can make calls to those telephones. And they also have I think, a cell phone detectors in that facility. So once they detect a cell phone, there is some alarms that the system is able to indicate to the, what do you call it, that room? The control room, that here there is a cell phone detected and officials are able to go search up until they get that cell phone. And equally, it assists also on officials that are not supposed to be coming into facilities with cell phones to be detected. That's why it's a cell phone free facility, but it's not a contraband free facility. I agree that when you came before the committee, there was some indication of rolling out across all facilities. Yes, we know the challenges, the financial challenges, and rolling it to all facilities, but the pace is too slow. The pace is really too small. Honorable Hendricks and Mrs. Nabs would have talked to the bandwidth matter that I wanted to raise. So I was highlighting recommendations that we put before you as the department on the 28th of October, which you have not been able to follow through them. They've not been progress on them. The Integriton matter, the cell phone issue, the bandwidth matter, the dual payment of service providers. There's a service provider appointed for this particular service, and then there's another one appointed again for the very same service, which makes the department to incur cost, and which some become dual payments. Those are some of the recommendations that we have put, that the presentation on its own did not even try to talk to those elements that members would have raised on the 28th of October. I'm not sure, NC, is that when we do put recommendations in the House, whether you don't take note of them or you don't take them serious, to be able, when you come back, give an update also on them, which for me it's a worrying point, because we can't raise similar matters every time. We're expecting that some of these issues that are highlighted, when you come back, especially when it's an update meeting, you are able to update us on the status. We do appreciate and welcome the report that there has been progress from the meeting on the 28th up until today. So I'll hand over to the Minister and the team for responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, there are specific questions on specific matters, and I will handle only overall, but will refer that to the National Commissioner, which I presume he will refer to Gita. He have a lot of questions to be answered. I just want to make sure the Honourable Engelbrecht, normally when he asks a lot of questions, he hands in a document. I just want to know whether Honourable Nehaus is also going to hand us a document. Thank you. That's what I want to hear.
Yes, Chair.
It's
I've got
good.
a document. I'll hand it in.
Okay, thank you. Now, let me say overall, almost all honourable members refer to certain questions, and specifically when it comes to IMS, which is very important. I fully agree. And let me start by saying, Honourable Niels, at least you said there's some progress. Yes, there's some progress. And I can assure you I'm more frustrated maybe than you are for the slow progress. And the Honourable Chair also referred to the slow progress. And I think all the members said, yes, we've heard October last year, but there is progress, but it's slow. At least there is progress. And I agree. And that's, I had a meeting and I said I want specific target dates. So we're looking at those issues. Let me say this, and we are dealing with, in Afrikaans we say the erfsondes. What is it? The inherited sins. Going back to 2015. And the question is also officials, were there any consequence management where there was indications of officials involved? Now, in short, I can refer to the Bosasa, I call it the Bosasa scandal. And the positive of that is that now we see that some people are now becoming guests of Correctional Services, even politicians, members of parliament, referring to Mr. Smith, is now a guest of where he obtained about 28 million, it appears. So that whole issue, I say, is part of the corruption cancer of our country. That is destroying us. Talking about consequences, I can say to this committee this morning that round about the 2009, I laid charges against a municipal manager of corruption, theft in Kroonstad, and even went to the public protector. And when I asked for consequence management, they said, no, the official has left the municipality. But what they didn't say, he became the municipal manager in Matlusana. And that's the problem. You have people, they commit corruption, and then at a certain stage they just leave the department or just go to another job, but still in government. And that is the cancer which I call of corruption destroying us and the taxpayers of South Africa. So, of course, we will try to follow up, but you all know that no, it's not unfortunately. The rule of law applies, that you have to ensure that you have evidence, and it's a long process. So we will continue with that as far as we can. I think that's more in general, Honourable Chair, from my side. The costs involved, the Honourable Niels asked about it, and the Honourable Engelbrecht in terms of the IMS matter, and say if we can find each other in terms of the arbitration. If you will see on the presentation, we refer to that. So let me say the detailed questions that the NC will deal with that, but I don't know whether the DM through you, Honourable Chair, we're in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Let me clarify something. Some of the responses on the documents that we would have requested on the IMS and the Oracle license, SIA has made me be aware that they were sent. They were sent in February on the 18th. I think the mistake is when SIA populates them, he includes them with documents for the previous meeting. So if we're sitting next to Tuesday, when he populates for the Tuesday meeting, they would be included as part. So wanted to correct that we have received them. Thanks. DM?
Thank you very much, Chair. You've covered me because I know we submitted and I committed that we'll make. We were sharing a copy, myself, NC, and the Minister, to say, but we did submit. But we thank you that you've acknowledged that. Let me allow, Chair, the technical people to deal with this, especially Jito. But also, when you check the graph, previously when we presented here, it was bad. But now there's a picture, it shows that there's some movements. Though we're 38% behind schedule, but I think in terms of upgrading those sites, I think now there's a bit of movements, but I would allow the NC and his team to respond on other matters that you have raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and honourable members, Minister and Deputy Minister. Honourable Chairperson, we do agree that the momentum in implementing IT solutions in the department is moderate. There was a point where 3 years ago, there was no movement at all. If the Honourable Chair would remember, and the Honourable Engelbrecht would appear before the committee with no progress that is noticeable. And at that time, the department did not even have an executive at the level of the GITO. So we had to pick up where there were no pieces to make IT to start working. And if we also go back to the audit action plan that the department developed, especially in the financial year 2023-2024, the roadmap would have showed us that we were not going to even be thinking about clean audit because more than 50% of the audit findings were IT related. So at least we are starting to see some progress because there is focus in as much as we have the limitations that one referred to earlier on. So I thought I must start with that general statement, Honorable Chairperson. The legal costs of the IMS litigation is approximately around 1,600,000. We can provide the exact figure. The reason why we decided to also continue with engagements with the current contractor was to cap those costs, in as much as we wanted to make sure that we make good of the money that has already been spent on the solution. How IT improvements would contribute to security improvements in the department. We have taken an approach of ensuring that we have integrated solutions. So you have the integrated security system, you have all other systems around that, including the solution to track and trace parolees. If all this, including the telephones for offenders, for instance, the telephones that we want to install for offenders will be telephones that would also track the conversations that they will be having, whereby you would not have a conversation that would contribute to committing more crimes. So it will have to be coded to pick up certain phrases that you then follow up. And it will have to be a system that records. So you can also have printouts. And it will be linked to the control room. So if, for instance, an offender is utilizing the phone and there are those phrases that are coded in, the control room will be able to indicate that that offender is having a conversation that is a security risk. So if we have these solutions, all of them implemented, the security environment in correctional services will improve. The issue of the arbitration, we have passed that point of whether the arbitration succeeds or doesn't succeed. We are at a point where we are waiting for a response from CETA, and we are counting days. I'm sure now that Chito will say we are on day 5. Yesterday he would have said we are on day 4. So after day 10, we'll either receive a response from CETA that would say, we'll be involved, this is the direction that we are supposed to take. Hopefully, that direction is not going to be the direction of inefficiency that we have experienced over the years. If CETA doesn't come back to us, the regulation allows us to proceed. We've already had engagements with the office of the procurement officer from Treasury on how do we then proceed. The issue of the Oracle license, Chair, I will defer to Jito. I also wanted to deal with the issue of the budget. We plan to take advantage of the budget facility for infrastructure that the Minister of Finance pronounced on, packaging the projects that have to do with security infrastructure for funding with Treasury. We also plan to take advantage of the CARA funding that will now be focusing on equipment and systems. And through that, we hope that we'll be able to get funding outside the normal budget of the department. There was a company that was appointed for a year to monitor the company that was appointed to implement IMS. That's where the additional funding comes in. That company was appointed through funding from the IJS. and Mr. Lipuma is here. He was there in the past. Even CDC Katenga, they can talk to what happened during that time. But my reading was that that company really didn't achieve much, because even after it was appointed and money was spent, still IMS continued to grind to a halt. Chair, I think I've tried to answer questions that are not that much technical, but respond to the issues that the honorable members raised. There was an issue that was raised by Honorable Niehaus on a dedicated audit team. We have that team. After we receive our audit report from the AG, we work out an audit action plan. We workshop it even with our internal audit committee, and then we implement. And that's why we have a clear plan and a roadmap in terms of how we are dealing with audit findings that came out of the IT audit. The issue of the officials that were involved in consequence management, I want to admit, Chair, that the report that we submitted in February is not detailed, as in like providing names, when did they leave, you know. So we will have to be more specific. The report is general, but just to indicate that the G2 of the department resigned in 2021 on the 31st of December. And it was at the time that we were starting to get into the details of what really happened. I was appointed to act as a national commissioner on the 1st of October, 2021. So just a few months into how we were planning to handle problems of IT, the GTO then resigned. At that point in time, there was nothing tangible that the department could follow up on her. And we could not stop her from resigning. It would have presented us with legal problems. And at that time, we were also administering consequence management on the CFO that went through the disciplinary process and later on was dismissed. So, but we will get into the details of who were involved in running the project and how did it come that they left the department. But I thought on the two, I needed just to give the committee a clear response on how they left the department. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister and DM. I will request that Mr. Mapunya then assist with a response on the rest of the questions asked.
Thank you very much, National Commissioner. Let me maybe start with dealing with the question from Honorable Hendricks about the upgrade of bandwidth, as he indicated. It's not really a difficult process. In most instances, one would agree that should be a soft change, that somebody sits behind the desk and does the upgrade. But the challenge that we have in DCS is this upgrade, in most instances, it requires the replacement of the physical copper infrastructure and then the laying of the fiber cables. And that is the part that takes a lot of time. And hence, it becomes a little bit challenging to execute that with speed. But also, I'll also touch on the question that was also raised by Honorable Niehaus, especially on the issues of bandwidth around the regional disparities. Some regions have made significant progress and some are not. So how this works is connectivity is one of the CETA mandatory services. So the department contracts SITA, and then SITA contracts service providers. So in this instance, there's a number of service providers that certain service providers are just dealing with the Northwest Province, and certain are dealing with the Gauteng. And well, they're just spread across the number of provinces, and hence you'll see. But of course, geographically, it makes sense that Gauteng and the Western Cape should be at the top because of the nature of the provinces themselves. But that is that. And with regards to Honorable Hendricks mentioned an issue of Oracle procurement and how it did not work in Gauteng online. Chair, I don't want to comment on that, but however, the Oracle databases are functional in our department, and yes, I can accept that we made a commitment that we will then get the upgraded version in December, but because of challenges in the department, I think the National Commissioner already outlined that we tried to reduce the amount of over expenditure. Hence, this way we had a lot of back and forths around what do we pay and what do we not commit to. So we have concluded that the procurement of the Oracle licenses. And then I'll move to questions by Honorable Engelbrecht. The issue about the legal bill, I think the National Commissioner answered that. And the other question that relates to the lack of a unique identifier that is raised by the Auditor General. The challenge that we have, Chair, is that, and the Minister says it's a sense of the past, is that the IMS, the way it was deployed, it's deployed at each and every correctional center. And if you think about it, if you generate a unique identifier at each and every correctional center, where there is no way of syncing this or maybe managing these unique identifiers for each and every center, at some point you'll have a problem where one inmate or two inmates will have one number because they are at different correctional centers. And hence, our approach here, Chair, is that the IM solution should be a centralized solution, and inmates will have numbers that are generated from one single source, and all the correctional centers will then connect to that center. Chair, with regards, and then there was a question with regards to critical ICT controls. And Chair, from 2024-25, there was IT control weaknesses, offsite backups, and incomplete deployment of antivirus. Chair, I think when we started, we did not have an enterprise-wide backup solution, and unfortunately, the finding was also raised when we were in the process of just finalizing the implementation of the solution. Of course, it was a worrying factor, and hence we decided to start with that, to say, let us make sure that we've got the proper backup control, backup system, and let's have the disaster recovery side, and also test this side, this processes. And we are, I can confirm that we are testing those backups and disaster recovery sites on a regular basis. I think Acting DC will have the dates of the last backup and restore test that we have done. And with regards to the incomplete deployment of antivirus, yes, because of this picture that we see here, you'll also find that the sites where bandwidth has been upgraded the most are the sites that are also leading in terms of the backup upgrades, because most of these things now we're trying to centralize all these things, and we will then be able to see as we go along that all these things, it will become easier to manage from a central location in the department. And then with regards to, let's see. Okay, I think I've talked to the backups again. Honorable Ngaba raised an issue about the implementation schedule. Yes, when we presented in October last year, the schedule was fairly clear, and I think I can take your comment that perhaps we should have made the implementation schedule to be as clear as it was previously, so that we can then be able to hold each other accountable. But I can confirm here, Chair, that well, we will do better next time. But secondly, Chair, I did indicate that what we implement today, that implementation schedule is not a cast on stone. It's just a we will then try and prioritize based on cost and the situation that prevails in the department at any given point in time. And right now we are seeing a lot of exodus of employees due to early retirement, and hence we've decided to prioritize the e-recruitment solution. And then with regards to the bandwidth, the nature of the delay, it also relates to this removal of copper, because most of our sites were at 2 meg and we could not move beyond 2 meg because of the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure that is there. It's copper, you can't go beyond that, and hence that is the delay. But the statistics, the actual sites where we are, I think that report can also be provided, Chairperson. There's also issues around, there was a question around the issue of repeat findings that are related to the legacy system, which is ANR. The challenge that we have here is that we, when we did a proof of concept on IMS, whether it's going to be feasible to work in the department, we also looked at the timelines as to how quickly can we get this project completed. Well, we did a high level plan which works around to be about 8 to 12 months, and we then said, do we really want to spend money on a system that we know in 12 months we're going to decommission? And it's not really just buying a system and the audit finding goes away. You buy the licenses and there's still a lot of development work that needs to happen before the audit finding can go away. Or would you rather focus our energy on finalizing IMS and ensuring that in 8 to 12 months it's fully rolled out in the department, and hence we still stuck to the decision, to the idea that we want to deal with the attend to the IMS matter, give it our full attention, so that by the time by this time next year we should have registered significant progress. I think I have tried to address all the questions. The issue of that was raised by Honorable Moela about telephones for offenders. We take note of that, and I think the National Commissioner addressed it. We are trying very hard to make sure that this process is completed, and at least we get the rollout of this new telephone, so we can at least get to a point where we appoint a service provider to then roll out the service telephones to correctional facilities. So let me pause there. I don't know if Mr. Limpopo has got something else.
Thank you, Sir. I think on my side, Chair, greeting to the Chair and the members of the committee, Minister. On my side, I think I just want to add something on the security. We have started, since the last time we met here, we have started with the process of the backup test and also the disaster recovery test. So we do have disaster recovery, and then we do also have the backups, and we are monitoring those on daily basis in terms of success rates. And our first test that we ran was on the weekend of the 22nd November and 23rd of November. And during that weekend, we tested both the backup testing, and also we also ran our disaster recovery testing. We are continuing to test different kinds of systems. On the 27th and 28th of February, which is, I think, a week ago, we also were running the other tests that we continue to do. So on our side now, currently, when it comes to that, we are monitoring that closely. And then I maybe just to add on what CDC Jito has mentioned on the bandwidth. In Gauteng, in particular, because there was a question that was saying we expect that 100% should have been done in Gauteng. Gauteng is not 100%. We have Tabatswane, we have Bavian that are still a little bit behind. The reason relates to the fact that there is no fiber infrastructure in those particular areas, because our sites are in the farm areas. They are not in the urban areas where you normally have the farm, the fiber. Similarly, Eastern Cape, because it's too much rural, it is now the infrastructure, fiber infrastructure is far behind nationally, which then affect us as DCS. So those are some of the disparities that relate to the issue of bandwidth. It is quite difficult to commit with, we are pushing SITA, but it's difficult to say we are going to have 100% done, because the trenching and the contracting of the service provider to do those trenching are happening outside DCS. So we are more dependent on what is happening nationally. But we continue to engage and push SITA because we want our sites to be done. I think, thank you, Chairperson. That is what I just wanted to add. Thank you.
There's no other one coming in? Oh, is everyone? Okay. Members, were all questions answered? Ms. Naps, it's questions that were not answered. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. There's two. It might be that I'm the one who missed it. The inmate's phone, I wanted to know when that system will be active. And also the AV, there's 9 out of 35. When do we expect to complete that?
Minister, who's going to respond?
I would very much like to hear from Kito. Thank you, Chair.
Maponya, lo kgomaretse lebitso leo, is-
No, thank you, Chairperson. I think the inmate communication system, we according to our plan, we don't have a rollout plan for the entire department, but we are saying that in mid-March, which is probably next week, the bid for this will be advertised. And with regards to the AVR solution, the estimated end date is June 2026. Chair, I just want to, where is this thing? Yes, so phase 1 of AVR, maybe just to give a little bit more additional information. We installed 48 units across 26 sites. So for phase 2, we've already installed 9 in 3 sites. So the target for phase 2 is to install over 16 additional sites, Chair. Yeah, let me pause here. By June.
National Commissioner Mahoti.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The CDC is saying by next week there will be an advert.
He says mid-March.
Yeah, in mid-March
I've just
it's
captured
next
it
week.
here.
Yeah, so I just want us, Chair, please to
You want us to recapture it, National
stick
Commissioner?
to stick to what the presentation is saying. Because a
You want
commitment
us
will
to
be-
recapture it, National Commissioner?
Yes, I want to save him and also save myself in the process. Yes, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah, no, I see that you don't want to commit to timelines that you are not going to be able to be accountable to. Because of I just captured it as well, mid-March. And mid-March, we're in March already, Ntate Maponya. We're actually going towards the end now of March. Next week, I was thinking of calling you back to speak to the bid, whether it has gone out or not, because you would have committed to mid-March. We work on timelines. That's why we're holding you accountable. That's why we're also making an emphasis that on the Oracle license, in October, you said end of December, but your presentation says February. You see, and it's important that when we put timelines, it's timelines that we are able to adhere to, looking at the constraints and all matters that you know better in the implementation process that you require to go to. We would want to see adherence to commitments that you put before us as the portfolio committee. Members, any follow-ups? Mrs. Knaps, Honorable Moela, and Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually on the same one. So in the presentation, the inmate communication, you said the bid is mid-March, but there's also a target end date there, which is 31 September. So I'm surprised that in response to my question, you said there is no rollout plan. It sounds very open-ended. Is there a reason for that? It doesn't make sense to me to function without an end date. So I don't understand. And the presentation has one specifically. Can we get the department to commit to that, please?
Honorable Moela.
Thank you, Chair. I just have two follow-up questions. The first one is with regard to AIMS project. I've seen on the slide the implementation started in 2014 to 2017. And there was a 3-year gap in between. And then they started seeking a relief in 2020. So I wanted to understand what happened in that 3 years where they did not seek any relief and started in 2020. And then the other one is with regard to slide 9 on the legal position. The department said they were advised that the contract was unlawful. And then it was not clear how did we arrive on unlawful to arbitration. Maybe if they can just be specific on how that went through. Yeah, I think that is my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moela. Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair. The first one is a question where I need to understand the process. You say that there will be now an outcome of the arbitration. Is it then going from there to CETA to see if CETA wants to engage with you in order to deal with this? And if there is failure from CETA, only at that point does it then go for a process of procurement from a private provider, service provider. Is that the 3 steps that we're going through? I want to understand that. Secondly, it's all fine and well to say to us that we will get a list of the people who were involved. Okay, we'll get a list. But I want to have an understanding of what steps are being taken, regardless of whether these people have left the department or not, and what investigations are being made to hold them criminally responsible. And that list that you promised us about the names should include also an indication of what that process is that you are going through. So not just the names, but what are the consequence management that you proceed on. Now, as far as the overall comprehensive cyber risk framework that DCS has adopted to prioritize delay implications, including even potential links to national security. Can you please indicate to us how you will communicate to us that process so that we as a committee can also assist if there are budgetary interventions required with regards to such an overall comprehensive cyber risk framework? And in the context of the IIMS stagnation, and I see the Commissioner is careful on what he says is going to happen, so we may not have an outcome by mid-March. Yeah? We may not. So what fallback manual processes are you keeping in place to ensure accurate inmate tracking? And what evidence exists of past errors, wrongful releases, that is attributable to legacy system reliance? And I can think immediately of examples such as the wrongful release that we saw at Paulsmoor and others. So we need to understand what backup you have under these circumstances, especially if things drag on. And we know the old story, if anything can go wrong, it usually does go wrong. So that's why I'm sure the Commissioner is also careful to commit, because he doesn't want to be on that firing line with a particular date. But what are you doing to deal with these processes in order to avoid further disasters and mistakes? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Niehaus. I think I have one or two questions, National Commissioner, which are follow-ups on the arbitration. Then I think I will take from what Honorable Moela would have touched on. But before I get into that, I think the last recommendation we made on the 28th of October talked to what Honorable Niehaus spoken to when we requested the report on those, on consequence management of those who would have left the department immediately after the contract was awarded, especially if you would have gotten an advice that the contract is unlawful. What consequence management have happened, and if they would have left because of they know what they've contributed, what is it that the department has done to follow it up, to follow it through? So I concur and agree that we ought to have that report as a matter of agency, because if we can't leave it as it is, whilst people enter into contracts that are not correct, and as a result of that, you are in arbitration for years as a result of that, that issue. National Commission, I want to ponder, I don't have a legal background. There was a time in my life, I think when I was still in the Sixth Administration, I wanted to enter into legal because of the scope of justice then. I think isolating correctional into a standalone has made me to move away from an interest on legal. But I want to understand, when you enter into arbitration, do you enter into arbitration as the same process with the G4S contract? And I would say not G4S, because of G4S belongs into a consortium of 4 companies. Okay, there were 5 companies, now it's 4 companies because the other one has sold its shares. The contract will therefore means before you decide to terminate the contract, you must enter into negotiations or the arbitration process and so forth. If it's the similar matter, or if I understand it correct, that you would enter into arbitration because of the contract would say if there is that eventuality or there is a dispute that arises, you should enter into an arbitration before you could even consider referring the matter to court. And if that's the case, why are we still sticking to arbitration for all these years, especially when we are not winning in that space? Taking from what Honorable Moela would have said, based on the advice we would have received that, or an indication that says the contract was unlawful, then why are we referring the matter to arbitration? Why are we entering into that arbitration process with a contract that is unlawful? And third to that is, kindly take us through the billing structure of with the arbitrator, because of you would have paid a lot of money so far in the process, and still there is no arbitration award on the matter. And why are we still, after 5 years, you said, Maponya, is you entered into this process when, 2020 or 2022? It's 2020. It's 2020. If it's 2020, then it's 5 years. It's 2022. It's 4 years, and still nothing. There's no finalization on the matter. So those are my clarities on the arbitration matters. The billing structure. Why do we refer an unlawful contract to arbitration, and what is forcing us to stick to arbitration instead of referring the matter to court if we see it's not yielding results? So those are my follow-up questions. Minister?
To the NC, thank you, Chair.
DM?
Chair, I think it would be good that the G2 leaders on this, because I also went to my notes of that meeting of the 8th, and there was some response by the Limpopo and the NC in terms of why, when you also raised the issues of your intellectual properties and I've just gone through it. Maybe it's good that I hand over to administration to clarify that, because I'm not sure since this report the status has changed so far. Thank you.
Thanks, DM. NC was not part of the meeting. Yeah, on the 28th, and we are exempting you from this process. Yeah, you were not part. So I don't want to, yes, administrationally you are held accountable for the department. I was just correcting that, no, you were not it was the DM leading the delegation with Chito. Because of both you and the minister would have sent an apology, and I think it's when you were abroad. Yes, so we do record the notes and everything. So NC, you can come in before Date Maponya after later.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Maybe let me start with the easy one, the one of the telephones and the rollout plan. The department is not going to spend its budget on the telephones. It's a request for proposal from those that would bring in the infrastructure, and the offenders will pay for making calls. In fact, what we expect out of that is that there will be revenue accruing to the department and to government because of that system. So the rollout plan that we can provide is the timelines from advertising the procurement process up to the point where we appoint the service provider. The proposals we are going to receive through the procurement process, the one that is going to be approved will be approved with a plan from that proposer, let me put it that way. And that will then give us a rollout plan for implementation. So the trigger will be the advert with the committees internally to the department, making it a point that we appoint on time. The IMS contract was a 3-year contract, flagged by Treasury, flagged by AGSA as being irregular, and there were those exchanges between the department and Treasury on this matter. The records are there, including to the point of the Minister of Finance writing to the Minister of Correctional Services then to say to the Minister, don't proceed with this, it's irregular. The department then proceeded. The contract expired. It was extended with a year. That is the year that another company was appointed to monitor this company. So what was paid is the amount that we reported to the committee, I think around 257 million, with the progress that we did report to the committee. So the contract amount was around 375 million, if I'm not mistaken, 78 years. Now, the two parties, after the contract expired, including the extension, were now in court because the contractor wanted to claim for the remainder of the contract. Their argument being that we were ready, we developed all the solutions, we wanted to test the solutions. You as the department did not give us the opportunity to test the solutions, therefore you are liable to pay us. When you read the contract, there is a clause that gives the contractor a particular time. So if the department doesn't allow the contractor to do the testing within a particular period of time, the department is liable to pay. Hence, the department paid the 250-something million, but the codes for other applications were not provided because they were not tested. So the contract itself, apart from it being irregular, how the contract was constructed was favoring more the contractor than the department. It's the same with the P contract that we are sitting with, that favors the contractors for the private correctional facilities than the department. So I want to also talk to the issue of the gap, the 3-year gap. That is the time when the department and the contractors were taking each other to court dates and all that, to the point where the legal counsel gave an opinion that said it looks like at the end of the day the department will have to pay. There are avenues where the department can still demand specific performance and ensure that it doesn't spend any money beyond the original contract amount, but still get the solution to be delivered. Hence the mediation and then the arbitration route. The speed was picked up in 2022. That is the time that I was already acting as the National Commissioner to say, but we are on arbitration. Who's the arbitrator? Why are we not having sittings? And that's why we are where we are now. With the sitting with the arbitrator as reported in the presentation, and the advice also to say that if both parties agree that the contractor can still give you the service, and not beyond the contract amount, and curing the irregularity of going through CETA, you can still have the system. So the arbitrator then said, there's no basis for me as the arbitrator to continue with the arbitration. Go and finalize your solution. Hence, there was a technical testing. Hence, there were engagements with Treasury, and then the process to get CETA to come in as reported, even a letter that the minister wrote and the responses. So we're trying to find a solution outside having to pay more for what we don't have. As Mr. Maponya indicated, IMS was created specifically for the department. Now, if we are to bring another contractor, it means that contractor must now start from scratch to scope, to design, and give us a solution, which will more or less be in the realm of the same solution that we have paid for, and we are just at that point where we can get the codes submitted, obviously after reviewing and making the point that the solution is up to date with developments in IT, and we can get the system up and running. It's the same thing, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, with infrastructure projects, where you have designs done by a particular set of engineers, and then they get off the project. Those designs cannot be used because of professional liability. You need to get a new set of engineers to do the same thing, because they provide you with that professional liability. It's the same thing with IT systems. So I tried to give a specific response to the issues on arbitration. Now, the new process, as I indicated earlier on, we have passed the stage of arbitration. We are now at the stage where we are implementing what we received as advice from legal counsel to say the only way you can proceed if you want to proceed is to do new procurement, a single source, but it has to be done through CETA, because the irregularity came from the department not doing that initial procurement that led to that contract through CETA. And that's why now we submitted everything to CETA, and we're waiting for the response from CETA. Yeah, so we're not sticking with an illegal contract, Honorable Chairperson. It has expired. What we are implementing is advice from legal counsel, the tests that we have done, and also the engagements that we had with Treasury on how we can proceed. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. I think
The single source is still Integriton.
yes, Honorable Chairperson. If we go to the definitions of appointment of single sources, especially on the consulting side, if we read Treasury regulations, one of the conditions is that service provider should have performed the same service. That's why you can then go back to them. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Maponya. That's one a little oversight. It will Lesotho. It will Lesotho for Botswana. King Botswana. Okay. You want to add, or you have covered by the NC?
I know, Chair, the NC covered everything. Thank you.
I think we've answered all members' questions and clarities. Do you still want to add, DM?
Chair, I'm okay. I think we're covered because even all the issues that the NC was covering. I was flowing with him on from that presentation when he was not. So he covered loads and gave how we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. In conclusion from my side, I want to say that you've heard lots of the problems, and we all know how we sometimes struggle with technology in the sense of not available services. If we look in this committee room, there are 6 TV screens, but only 4 of them are working. So that's a good example that you are relying on technology, but it doesn't always work. Yeah. And then the other matter is, you've heard, for the rollout, we have to change from copper to fiber. And CETA is contracting service providers. Now, I don't try to get excuses, but those are realities we have to deal with. And that's why I said when we started, I'm actually maybe more frustrated than some of the honourable members. The solution may be, Honourable Chair, that, and the Honourable Niaus, he said if we need the support from the committee to increase our budget, we must say so. Well, I said it many times. Maybe I've missed it. Maybe we would start by saying we must start convincing the government to let's change to Starlink so that we can use satellites to ensure connection. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. The smile, Ms. Naps, is it the smile of appreciating the response? Or is the smile that says, no, they've just run with us?
Like the minister decided to be very spicy right at the end.
I think let's wrap up in this way so that we can release the department, minister and the DM. At least this week is not our cluster, but we ought to be in the house. I'm not sure if we have statements that we ought to respond to. Because of there would be statements made by members. Let's commend the work that has taken place in the directorate that is led by Gito on the work, and including the update from the 28th of October meeting to now. So let's commend and appreciate that there is work being done. And hopefully before, by the end of this term, 2029, I think all systems should be in place with the pace and rate that you are going into. Comparing it to what the National Commissioner would have alluded to 3 years back in the 6th administration on how that directorate looked like. And we understand that some of the root causes contributing to your repeat findings that you would have spoken to, I just forgot the slides. It's on the basis of lack of funding. It seems that these findings will still repeat themselves because of money is wasted when you spend on the same service twice, including the dual payment. So we need to zoom into that National Commissioner. On electric monitoring, we do appreciate the effort in implementing the electronic monitoring system, which will greatly reduce the overcrowding in correctional facilities. The committee therefore requests the department to ensure that the procurement is done according to applicable lawful procurement procedures and legislation. This is to ensure that we don't experience the same challenge that we're sitting with, which is IMSS, on the IMSS program. We also don't want to hear at the later stage that there were irregularities in the awarding of the tender. On inmate communication, we note that procurement process is underway to sort an inmate communication system from the market. And we have also noted, Jito, the time frames for this project, and it can be open-ended. And therefore, you need to give us a report on the clear timelines and timeframes for this. And we will equally be monitoring those timeframes that you'll be sending, the revised ones, to the portfolio committee on your implementation processes. And we also, on this one equally, we request the department to ensure that the procurement of the system is done in accordance with relevant applicable procedures or legislation for a procurement process. On the AVR, we equally also note the installation process of the AVRs in facilities and the estimated end date, which is June 2026. We will monitor the implementation date, and after June, I think you would be able to come back to the portfolio committee and give us an update on that. On consequence management, I think we have wrapped it well to say we would get a report that speaks in detail, including names of officials, and whether we have referred the matters for the said officials to be criminally charged, or what is it that is the department you are doing to that matter. Because it can be a matter that we leave it like that unattended, just because of the officials would have left the department. It means we would be breeding a system that when officials do wrong things, enter into illegal, unlawful processes in the department, the best way to avoid being taken to account is to leave the department. So we ought to do something on this one. On arbitration. Arbitration by nature is a dispute resolution mechanism that is meant to save costs. So parties agree to referring a matter to arbitration to save cost. But here in this process, arbitration seems to be doing the opposite of it. Because of the department, you are further incurring a very hefty legal bill, as opposed to the objectives that arbitration is meant for. So we will equally be closely monitoring the process, including the single source process. So we would request National Commissioner that once CETA responds, you appraise the portfolio committee on the matter. So those are the recommendations that were put in before the department. And we hope when we do call you back on these matters, the bandwidth matter will not be at 38%. It will be above 50%, around 60%, that the Maponya. We're happy that the department, which is the head office, you have achieved your target. But let's roll it out to all facilities now. So perhaps in the second quarter, when we come back from recess, you would be scheduled to give an update. We'll see on how programming works and how we put our items. So thanks once again for coming through, Minister DM and the National Commissioner, with the delegation that you have brought before the Portfolio Committee, in giving us an update on the ICT infrastructure rollout of the department, including findings that the AG would have flagged. And there's great improvement to it. Let's hope this year, when the process with the AG starts, the NC will not be fighting or battling with the AG. There would be a correct analysis or findings that the AG does that will not be back and forth like the last one. Because of this greatly improvement on the work that you are doing as the department. And I think it was the best move for the president to isolate Correctional Services from justice so that it gets to be given the attention that it deserves. and that attention is being done right now. Because I can tell you, if that was not the case, you would be still sitting with the ICT infrastructure as opposed to the sixth administration, because little attention was given to the department as compared to justice. So now it's an equal footing where a full attention is given to with the department, including work that requires to be done. So I'm not sure whether you are back here next week. It seems it's you on the court until we go to recess. It's good though to see yourselves more often, and I hope NC, who is the guy behind you, Babunkosi. I hope Babunkosi Polsmo is still safe and secured, no issues. The systems are still in place. We don't want to get out and. Oh, the third quarter. Are we ready, NC? There were delays with the second quarter for it to be presented. Are we not going to have the similar delays of the third quarter? You submitted, so you are ready. Okay. Katenga, you are ready. You have been missing on the floor, Katenga. So thank you once again for coming through. We'll see you next week. Abadimo le modimo ba le dira ka go loka ene ba tsamaele le nna ka nako tsotlhe ba le tshireletse, including your families as well, and we'll see each other next week. So the meeting with the department stands adjourned, but with the portfolio committee, let's take a 10 minutes break and come back to continue. Thank you. That Ms. Naps is the, yes. We finished early. I wanted to drag the meeting and I saw that no, this one is not draggable. No, it's not. I saw. You decided to be mom? No, no, no. This is the record we've done today. Eh? Yeah. Let's start. Which minutes are we starting with? We have how many sets of minutes, Ven? 6. Yo, guys, this is the first time. Eh? We have so many minutes. And in our order, yes. We are always amongst the first people in the house to present on matters. If it's the reports or oversight, we're going to be the last in the next quarter because we've done our things late, which is unlike us. And by the way, those who are doing declaration today, good luck. It's a combined declaration on both Zonderwater and follow-up on Posno. Okay, then we're starting with the 2nd of December, which was our last meeting in 2025, which was a virtual meeting. The minutes will be taken as read because we would have received them in advance for us to go through them, and if there is a need where we ought to correct or where there is an omission, so that then we're able to highlight. The meeting was on the update by the department on the state of readiness to take over the triple Ps, especially with G4S Mangaung, which is it's end of June, no? It's end of June. So it was to get that, and we also considered minutes and also oversight report, including our first term program. So we'll move to the first page. Then the second page is those who have been in attendance. Then third page. Fourth page. Closing remark. There's a rapper, it's called Lama or something, I don't know. Maybe we are going that route here. And the 6th page. Yo, so many recommendations. It's the last page. So those are the minutes for the 2nd of December, members. Any addition, or if there's none, can we have a mover and a seconder? Engel?
I move.
Hendricks?
Second, ma'am.
The minutes would be taken as adopted by the committee. We move to the 3rd of February, which was our first meeting of 2026. We were in Mark's building, M46, where we were receiving reports on investigations on unnatural death, and equally the earners release in Polsmo, which turned out to be not earners but an escape. So the minutes will be taken as read because we would have received them in advance for us to be able to go through them. So we'll go each page if there's corrections that requires to be done or where the administration team would have omitted for us to include. Page 1 are those who were in attendance. Sure, we had a lot of people not in attendance. See, go back there. Apologies. Moela, Engelbrecht, Ngaba, and James. It was the whole committee. Then we corrected by chance. Second page. And third page. Fourth page. Then we go to the fifth page. Those are the minutes, members, of the 3rd of February when we received the natural deaths. If there is no addition or omission that we ought to do, I have a mover and a seconder? Ups, you can't move, you're not in the meeting. Honorable Klute,
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move.
thank you. Honorable Shangase, seconds. So the minutes are duly adopted. Then we move to the 10th of February. We were still in the Marx building in M314 when we received a briefing by JICS on their third quarter report and equally welcoming the new inspecting judge. Minutes have been received in advance for us to input or make corrections, so therefore they will be taken as read. Page 1 and page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. And which is the last page. Those are the minutes of the 10th of February.
I move, Chair.
Honorable Klute moves. Any seconder? Honorable Moila?
Second, Chair. Thank you.
The minutes would be taken as adopted. We are now on the 4th minutes, ne? 17th of February, we were still in the same building in Mark's building, the same boardroom where we received the second quarter performance report by the department. The minutes would be taken as read because we would have received them well in advance. Page 1.
Chair,
Yes, Hendricks?
before you move page 1, just my surname there, there's no K.
Maybe they're writing the Hendricks of the minister. Even the one of the minister has a K. Sia is freelancing on English these days. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. And then page 5. Sure. Which is the last page. The minutes of the 17th of February. If there is any addition or where we ought to correct, if there is none, anyone to move and second the minutes? Ms. Naps,
I move, Chair.
a seconder? There's no correction. You were not in the meeting, Honorable Shangasa. You can't second. Honorable Moela?
Second, Chair.
Thank you. The minutes must be adopted by members who were in the meeting. So you and Engelbrecht and Ngaba and Babkasa, you took turns. This week it was Engelbrecht and Ngaba who didn't come, and then the other week it was you and Kasa who didn't come. Then the minutes of the 24th of February were in this building, in the same boardroom, where we were getting a report or a briefing on the inmate classification, privileges, and gratuities, and the overview on community corrections, including the rollout of community corrections officers, and plans for halfway houses, including the procurement processes for parole supervisions officers. The minutes will be taken as read because we received them in advance. So I'll start with page 1. Then we'll go to page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. And page 6, which is the last page. Page 7. So these are the minutes of the 24th of February. Members, if there's no correction or addition, can we have the movers and the seconders of the minutes? Honorable Engelbrecht moves.
I second.
Honorable Kluter seconds. The minutes are duly adopted and affirmed. Sure. See, it's the last minutes, no? Minutes of the 3rd of March. We're also here. No, we're not here. When's he copy and paste? We were in the committee, is it 120? Yes, in committee room 1. Because of our meeting was a closed meeting. So the minutes will be taken as read because of we've received them in advance. It was a closed meeting that we had last week. So we'll do page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. And last page, which is page 5. We've identified one correction that they ought to correct, which is the venue of the meeting. Any other corrections? And in an absence of those, can we then have an affirmation of the minutes? Honorable Hendricks?
Chair, move, but I see in all the minutes my surname is
It's
spelled.
Hendricks. They need to correct all minutes.
So I thought I've seen it, so we'll correct it. But I move.
Yes, your Hendricks has a K. Okay, with those corrections, can we have a seconder?
A second, Chair.
Ngabs seconds. Don't write Ngabs then, right? Honorable Ngaba. Okay, then now we go to the oversight report that we did in Limpopo on the 26th to the 30th of January. Yeah, Honorable Shanga said the smile says You really enjoyed Limpopo. Oh, we talk of Limpopo, look at how you are smiling. So yeah, we received the report in advance, so the report will then be taken as read and noted. Mr. Matabat, are you taking us through? Yeah, please do take us through the summary, Mr. Matabata. At least you have captured Hendrix correctly. Or you have just did it now. Yeah, please take us through the summary of the report.
Apologies, afternoon, members. Page 1 is the introduction and the delegation for the oversight, which was in Limpopo. Page 2 talks to the correctional center visited. We visited Toyando Medium A, Toyando Medium B, Toyando Female and Juvenile, Kutamasintumule, Makado, Zanene, Polokwane, and in addition, members, we did an unannounced visit at Modimolle Correctional Center. Page 3 is the information we got on from the presentation. Page 4, it's Toyando Medium Correctional Center, the information we got from their presentation. Page 5 is Toyando Female and Juvenile Correctional Center that we visited. Page 6, we visited Kutamasintumule Correctional Center, which is a private correctional facility, with the information that they provided, background information. Page 7, we visited Makado Correctional Center, with the information that they provided. Page 9, we also visited Tzanini Correctional Center, with all the information that they've provided in terms of staffing, number of offenders, their self-sufficiency, and the challenges that they've identified. The last center that we visited was Polokwane Correctional Center on the last day, with all the information that they provided in terms of staff establishment, lifers, number of foreign nationals, how they deal with overcrowding in terms of Section 49G, and issues around bail for remand detainees. Page 11, it's an unannounced visit that page 12, that we did at Modimolle Correctional Center. It was on Monday, with all the information that we found there. Part 2, Chair and Honorable Members, is the committee observations and recommendations. Firstly, in terms of Modimolle Correctional Center, we visited the kitchen hospital, one of the unit, a school and a computer lab. In terms of the kitchen, we noted there were 4 freezers that were not functioning at Modimolle Correctional Center, and we were informed that the department reported that to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. We urged the department to update the committee monthly on that. We also noted the journal for tasting of food was not complied with in terms of the standard practice, and we requested the department to ensure that all correctional centers comply with the SOP. The committee was concerned about the ratio of officials to inmates. In one of the unit, the committee found only 3 officials responsible for 341 inmates. The committee believed that this put the lives of officials at risk, and we requested the department to ensure that funded vacancies are always filled as a matter of urgency. In terms of Toyando Correctional Centers, Medium A, Female and Juvenile, and Medium B, we visited female section, mother and baby unit, the kitchen, and also the temporary kitchen for Medium B, hospital, textile, and production workshop. We also found that in terms of infrastructure, the kitchen, out of 8 pods, only 1 was functional. The committee was informed that the service provider was currently on site, and by end of April 2026, the cold room, including the pod, will be fully functional. We requested the department to submit a report at the end of April this year. General infrastructure, the committee was concerned about the long delay, especially with the kitchen project at Medium B. We requested the report on the completion of the kitchen on the 2nd of March 2026. The committee was also concerned in terms of the laundry machines that were not functional, and the female inmates were doing laundry by hands. Department reported that the maintenance person from Kutama would come and attend to laundry machine. We requested a monthly progress report with regard to the laundry machines. Page 16, we also noted the roof of the textile workshop was not in a good state, and we requested the department together with Public Works to find ways to fix that. We are also concerned about the ratio of officials to inmates as well. We emphasized the issue of funded vacancies should be filled. Another challenge we observed was the shortage of water, which was not an issue only in that center, but generally in the Vembe district. We requested the department to look at long-term solution, including boreholes and JoJo tanks. Contraband, we were pleased to hear that both female and juvenile center were contraband-free, especially with regard to cell phones. And we encouraged management to ensure that all center within the management area benchmark with female and juvenile center. Vacancies, we indicated that the vacancies, especially those are funded, should be filled. Overcrowding, we acknowledge that overcrowding is a national problem, and it does not only affect Toyando. And we requested DCS to give a serious look at the implementation of electronic monitoring system. Plugs in the cells, the committee received complaints from inmates pertaining to the absence of plugs which were functioning in the cells, and the department was requested to prioritize that. Discipline of offenders, I think here the committee was seriously concerned that there was a practice called hangpal, and the committee viewed this as it's an inhumane way of disciplining inmates, and we believe that there are other ways in which inmates can be disciplined in a correctional center, including loss of privilege and segregation, depending on the kind of infringement committed. In Kutama Sintumule, we visited the kitchen, workshop, healthcare, blue prison, as well as a green prison, infrastructure and management of the center. The committee commended the management of the facility for keeping the center clean and well maintained. The committee was also impressed with how the operations of the center was, the state of the operation of the center. In terms of DCS takeover, we requested DCS and DPWI to ensure that the status quo of the current infrastructure remains after the taking over at the end of the contract in 2027. And the committee was concerned that the decision on labor matters for takeover has not started, and we said that this issue will be included in our committee program when we get an update on the state of readiness to take over the PPPs. Reclassification of inmates, DCS was encouraged to ensure that those inmates who meet the criteria of reclassification to medium centers are attended to timelessly. Cell phones, the committee was impressed to hear that there are no cell phones in possession of offenders in Kutama. And this was largely ascribed to the availability of what is known as the boss chair. And we encourage DCS to look at the possibility of procuring such chair, especially for the big 5 correctional centers. Makado Correctional Center, the committee took a walkabout at the kitchen, remand detention unit, hospital, and sentenced section. In terms of the kitchen, we noted that out of 6 pods, only 4 were functional. The committee was informed that the order for the element has been placed, and by the end of February, the equipment will be attended to. We requested a report by Monday, 16 March 2026. Water shortage, the same situation in Toyando. And we also requested the department to look at the long-term solution to address water challenges. In terms of overcrowding, we're in page 18. We also requested the department to prioritize renovation project to ease overcrowding in that facility. The department was requested to submit a report at the end of March with regard to the completion of that particular project in that center. General infrastructure, we're on page 19. The committee noted that the correctional center structure was fairly in a good condition, but needed to be maintained before it dilapidate. Cleaning material, we were concerned about the smell in communal cells and requested the department to ensure that they should use strong cleaning detergent to kill the smell. In terms of vacancies, we emphasize that the department should ensure that all funded vacancies should be filled. We're also concerned about the ratio of inmates to officials. We said this puts the lives of officials at risk. Pharmacy, the center pharmacy was commended for achieving position 1 in the Vembe region on tier.net and achieving position 3 in the Vembe region. The department or the facility complained about the monkeys destroying their produce. We encourage the department to find creative ways to address that. Zanini Correctional Center, page 19, we took a walkabout at the kitchen, hospital, K1 and K2, skills workshop, school and control room. In the kitchen, we noted 3 out of 3 pods, only 2 were functional. The department has committed that the cracks on the walls in the kitchen will be fixed by the end of Feb. We requested that the report should be submitted in this regard to the committee on 16th of March 2026. Deviation from the meal plan. We were concerned about the deviation from the meal plan and requested the DCS to ensure that they move away from planned menus. The menu plan must be informed, but what is in stock at that particular juncture. Vacancies as well, we said the department should ensure that funded vacancies are filled to ease pressure of officials doing additional work. Smoking of dagga, we noted that we're concerned about too much consumption of dagga in the cells, and that contribute to the smell in the cells. The department was encouraged to ensure that they prevent dagga from entering to the cells, and in addition, to ensure that continuous monitoring offenders in cells to ensure that they do not smoke. We compliance certificate at the kitchen. We acknowledge that municipalities in the region or provinces do not operate the same. However, DCS is encouraged to ensure that where inspectors arrive, at least they should sign on a journal to show that they did inspect that particular kitchen. Management of the center and the cleanliness were on page 20. The committee has commended the management of the center for keeping the center clean and how they manage the center. We also commended the regional commissioner and his management team in the region on how they manage the management area. Officials of the center, we also commended the officials on their work and ensuring that the center is contraband free. Maintenance, the department is requested to ensure that minor maintenance is attended to immediately before it becomes something huge. The last center we visited was Polokwane Correctional Center. We took a walkabout chair at the kitchen, remand section, maximum, school, skills workshop, as well as the pharmacy. At the kitchen, we noted that all 6 pods in the kitchen were fully functional. The committee noted with concern that paint on the walls were peeling off. The department was requested to ensure that offender labor is utilized to deal with minor maintenance issues. Chair, we're concerned about the dirty mattresses that we found in the cell 4 and cell 5 of the remand section, as well as beds without mattresses. The department was urged to ensure that mattresses are washed and kept clean and to procure mattresses for inmates. In terms of overcrowding, the committee noted that the center was small and very overcrowded. We encourage the department to find ways of addressing overcrowding, including transferring of offenders to centers that were least overcrowded. Last page is page 22, general cleanliness of the center. The committee observed that although the center was small, the general cleanliness leaves much to be desired, especially at the remand section. We requested the department to ensure that offender labor is utilized to keep the center clean. We were impressed with the pharmacy in Polokwane Correctional Center and commended the management and the staff. Inmate assault, we found one inmate who was assaulted by one of the cleaners. So the committee was disturbed with that particular incident, and we requested the department to ensure the safety of all inmates in the facility and ensure that that particular ringleader was charged and disciplined. Water shortage, which was not only a problem in Polokwane, but in other districts as well. We requested the department to look at other ways to address water shortage, including boreholes and JoJo tanks. In terms of follow-up visit, the committee will request Honorable Moela to make a follow-up visit to check on progress regarding its findings and implementation of the recommendations of the committee. Thanks, Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matabata, to taking us through the oversight report in Limpopo on general findings that we found, observations that we have made when we're in Limpopo for a full week, challenges that emanates to running the facilities, including also being able to be taken through the Triple P, which is Kutama, Sintumule, in Toyando, on how they operate and what is it that they have in the facility. So those are, Limpopo, I think it has, doesn't have a lot of facilities. In actual fact, we've done all facilities. We don't have any facility that is outstanding in Limpopo. We've done all of them. It has Toyando, which is medium A, medium B, and C, and the female section. We've done all of them. We had Kutama, which is in Toyando. We had which one? We had Zanin. We had Polokwane. Then we had Makado as well, which is not far from Kutama. And the unannounced visit in Mudimole. So all facilities have been attended to in Limpopo. In actual fact, it's the first we have a province that we've concluded our oversight on. Perhaps the strategy of starting with smaller provinces would make us to finish quicker the facilities. But with the pace that we're going, I'm confident that by 2029, we would have reached almost, if not all, a very high number of facilities that would have gone to. So members, that is the oversight report for your consideration of adoption as the report of the portfolio committee. If there's any addition or omissions that you think were not properly captured or they were not done, you would indicate. In an absence of that, then we can then acknowledge the report. Members? So you don't have any inputs? Then can we move for the adoption? If you are concurring to the report as a true reflection? Babkasa.
I move, Chair.
Babkasa moves. Seconder. Honorable Moila.
Thank you very much, Chair. I therefore second that this report is a true reflection of what transpired on our visit to LM region, especially in Limpopo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Moila. Then the report is duly adopted. We didn't put timelines on when Honorable Moila should go back for.
April, Chair.
We said 3 months, ne?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we should add that. I think we're making an addition, an amendment, because I remember that we said after 3 months we should be able to take, he should go back to do, to check for us on all recommendations that we've put. So thank you so much, members. That is the last one. We don't have any other matters. Next week, we're dealing with the third quarter report. The committee secretary will advise where are we going to sit. Next week, Tuesday, it will be physical sitting. In any case, Parliament is now physical. We're expected at the Dome every day now, every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. But perhaps in the next quarter, there would be some flexibilities. We'll see on which ones do we become flexible on. I think on announcements, Honorable Sokopo will be laying his mother to rest this coming Saturday in George. We are not yet appraised with details of the funeral arrangements. Once we receive them, we'll share with members for those who their schedule allows them to attend and support. But for now, we don't have. But what we have is that the funeral is on Saturday in George. Yeah, that's the announcement. So thanks once again. And again, those will be declaring in the House when we do the Zondervater and the Paulsmoor follow-up. Good luck with the declarations. The meeting stands adjourned. Thank you.